Let's get this up. Whoop. There it is. Alright. And we starting up the second case today. I don't know what to expect, to be quite honest. But obviously this game is more of a direct continuation of the first game as it is, so it's really just more the same, I guess. Hey Lucy, how you doing? Glad you can make it. Hope you're doing well. Alright. Let's see. I'm good, I'm good. How are you doing, Darth? Alright. Let's get this second one started up. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that
Who's that?
The rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Wilden. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived at a visiting student of law. One moment. There we go. Bumped up a little bit. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. Successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. Yeah, we did kind of, we did kind of show false evidence, even though it wasn't our fault, because, McGilded was a frickin' bastard. That frickin' rich bastard. When that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Oh, somebody's hungry. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholm's suite. Say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Iris. Iris. Sholm's suite. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. Smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh! Not another word, Miss Naruhodo. This could be just the obtruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnant, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. Oh, no, no, sir! Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up, please. Whoa. The truth is as clear to me as day. My facilities of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is partly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you have been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Oh, I'll like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Reno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Oh, Sholmes. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl, who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of your misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped that man. Twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah. The mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Harley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although, I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. Oh, well, considering once you solve a case, you literally forget it right after. You don't make it clog up your mind. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. It's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, your letter? Miss Susato asked we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? It was something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Migotoba, prompting him to send a telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, he said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. Such a shock, wasn't it? The way she suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was. Due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right. Telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. No. She was told that he was sick. No. It's just that he was suffering from a high fever, the case of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Suddenly we're back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Suzuto's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Sudden coach. Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if ever quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will hurry. Don't worry. See you later. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikitoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Iris? Are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susan and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I want to know what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened, to our investigation in that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue. I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Ah, so this is a memory case. Okay. Fair. It was 6 months ago. A mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement, a briar road, with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. Yes, I remember her. She wasn't killed. Fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but... by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Suzuto-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. This is the part that we didn't get to experience then. So Suzuto-san and I summoned Handsome, and he headed immediately to the hospital. So we get to actually meet the woman who was injured now. Woo! There you are, at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Also, Rat. Rats right there. Rats, rats, we are the rats. Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. It's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's just regained consciousness. She's cute! You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green. Oh, might as well talk to her. But first, the rat. Eek. A mouse, Mr. Noddle, an enormous mouse. Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. Looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. Not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility. That's what you were thinking. I mean, it's... Something tells me it's her pet or something. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, isn't it? Ah, I don't think that's decoration, Mr. Naruto. It's an artist mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? It's probably because it's more based on her figure. You know? No, I suppose not. I must have never been one quite so full-figured before. Only want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. It sure is. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Who's that? Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. Looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Probably your boyfriend, then? Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruto, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Well, let's talk to her. Good morning. She's cute! Hello, I'm Rinosuke Naruto from the Empire Japan. Oh no. Was it your knife that? Are you the man who... No. I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? Help her. She doesn't know. She doesn't know what happened. No, I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. We heard that you were gaining consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive. Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. Well, the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Self-depreciation! Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day. The fog was so thick. I couldn't see a thing. It was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacular by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Sholmes, you won't know it was Mr. Nahodo's hard work in the court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry, I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Ma'am, it's okay. You're not the problem here. You never were. Please. Oh no. We're also relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Sir Nardus, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh, no, is it? Brixton is some 10 steps away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less laborious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. So, Sholmes, we proved his innocence. He's just a nervous wreck. People treated him poorly because he was Japanese. Get it through your freaking dumb skull. Inferior means, I suppose Suzuki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She's only clammed up. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. You're cute! Don't worry your pretty little head. Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder. Good, this is for you. It's a message from, Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Sosuke Natsume. He doesn't. This man can't pronounce for shit. Mr. Natsume sent the message to me? But why would a policeman deliver me a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah! What are you waiting for? Let me see that! Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? Yeah, because you took it. It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Oh, great. Natsume's in another freaking case where he's just the defendant. Great. Murder. Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? I'll hail the arc that once. I don't know what that says. The arc. Whatever. Whatever you want to call a frickin' omnibus, I don't know. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. So it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Great. Great. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Or he's sleeping. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah! Not the horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself to the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. Oh god. I'm quite sure we'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Hi, Gregson. Here they are already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Rivals meet once again. Pleasant, is it? Gives me a heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. I mean, you're probably not wrong. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, sunshine. Let's ask what he saw first. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, is it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So you didn't know the victim. Were you friends? Help him? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't complete, stranger. But he didn't. He ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking him to come. Through that inspector over there. Okay, so do you have the rest? So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare. He was the lodger here. Wilding. Shakespeare. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss that happens. Or just dead. Mr. Shakespeare. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garrett, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garrett got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garrett have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. There's that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? Victim was pretty hard up, it seems. He would done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume doing here? He's on an investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. Yes, you are. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You asshole. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. Certainly seems that way. He does just come across such as an odd fellow, doesn't he? Not really? I think he's trying to be sheltered. That way he's not, like, disturbing anyone, to be honest. Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. Body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. I mean, what if he's not dead? What if he's just asleep? Oi! I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Sir? Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Or I can talk to Sholmes over here, who's doing a wild pose. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You don't only deserve to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. I think he's trying to act. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been in here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first is that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Help him. Mr. Natsumi, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said is significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Help him! Help him! Alright, Mr. Natsume. Why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that had transpired in this discolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. I mean, not necessarily. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish, like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. I mean, first of all, Gregson said the guy was poor. So the fact that he was eating soap is probably the cause of all this. You know? Like, he felt like he had no other thing to eat, so he just ate soap. You know? Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. It would also make sense for the foam in his mouth, because, well, he ate soap. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. No. Soap is already dangerous to eat. So, I think that's what happened here. The soap and the leather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. Now I'm speaking. Working out? Alright. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though, personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. What? What? Sholmes, what do you eat? Sir! Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, the door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. I mean, no. I'm pretty sure Mr. Geradev has a key to every floor. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acid-rid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end, in a tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Oh my god. It thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Sir, please. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identify just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Nothodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so astute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach. Yes, I believe it did. This frickin' man is wild. The most wild Herlock Sholmes there is. Experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. Something troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ugh. I couldn't help notice him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deduction touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense. Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle correction in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' affirmations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it fails us to straighten things out. Yeah, falls. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Careful observation of the victim reveals us the events that transpired in this schistolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The fork reveals the answer. Well, I can't deny that a fork implies that the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt to... And of course, only 1/2 of our soap is left on the plate. Might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap? He didn't. It's right there on the floor. Yeah, he didn't eat soap. Could it be? Piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. Oh, there's a cute little there's a cute little plush on his shoulder. That's cute. Nice. But it's obvious, really. For no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. And that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Sholmes is pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poison, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. It's not that it's poisonous specifically. It's more that the act of ingesting it is poisonous. Which is why you use it for your hands, because it's freaking, you know, it's chemicals and shit. There's no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Maybe the teacup? Yes, Western vessel for serving intruders of dry tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. Oh, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's even evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly.
Take that!
Yep. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. It would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in this room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in the teacup. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The sequel teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamsir was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me is Mr. Natsumi's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. It's part of this deduction that it seems. Let's closely examine the scene again for some more clues. No, there's another teacup. It's a teacup! And his too is empty. Even though he's actually holding this one in his hand. We can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamsir was actually drinking. Well, that's the case. This changes everything. Everything we reduced to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Did the man not dine and die alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in the room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in the room last night taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where the deduction is going now. Afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. You can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Pile of books. First glance, seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see, the titles read Picture of Monsieur Lacroix, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabbro. Wait. Those are Natsume's books. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. Could just be an incredible coincidence, but in the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? It's on the other day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Sotsuki-san had just been into the bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now these 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Mr. Natsume claims to have never been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it.
Take that!
Unfortunate. Unfortunate for Mr. Natsume. Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in the room. It's the link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at the second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. Help him! No, never. Non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Poses. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. He's in another freaking bind, and he is not having a good time. Help him. Help him. Help him. Please. Not again. Not again. Not again. Not again. Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You've had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Herlock Sholmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Look, I'm soon at Mr. Naruto Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me, please. Please, I'm innocent. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. Help him. Help him. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Sosuke-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. You started it, though. At least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. Examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And of course. What? I forgot what the inspector mentioned before. It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shakespeare. Ah, Mr. John Garrideb, yes. So we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Alright. Let's remember to go and talk to him later then. Well, let's expect the body, I guess. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer would help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just read it now, one moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Wilding. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Some of them look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord. A daimyo, or such like. With a chonmage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. Oh, you look wonderful with one. And you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? I mean, you technically already do that, but okay. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and a bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminding of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Van Zeeks? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses, I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. What's this thing on the floor? What's this? Looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. No sign of a letter, or the rest of the envelope in fact is there. She's right. And here we are, we have the torn off end of an envelope. She strikes me as unusual. I agree, we'd better take this just in case. You never know. As we've seen from the outside, the window was completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that the Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had on a property? It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, wasn't it, Miss Susato? Look closely. A number of bricks are loose. Huh. Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it, I wonder? In the laws of renting this room? Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruto. On the other side, there's a little ledge. There's something on it. What, outside? It's soap. Brr, it's so cold outside. I can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lying about the edge outside the window? I have no idea. The pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, it's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lying up outside the window? Maybe perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear. So as we could. What's this? Look here at this soap. You see in the middle there? There's a patch that's different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose, only in Great Britain. Looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? And what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Odd. Can I look at these? Well, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary with that. This part is a different color. It's because of design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. Unless there's something in it? Because it looks like a cork or something. Like a topper or something. It doesn't seem likely given who it belongs to. I don't know. That's a little weird. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. I need to go do something real quick. So I'll probably be about 1 to 2 minutes roughly. So I'll be right back. Alright. Back. I'll probably have to go again in about 20 more minutes, but it's mostly because I'm trying to get something defrosted for later, but don't need to worry about that. Let's see. Here we have another well, it's the heater. This is a gas meter, I think. Seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Yes, as we know. Nothing in part. Well, I'm not aware of anything that I'm not aware of what I'm cooking. Well, what the household is cooking. I'm more just aware that it's a roll of hamburger, so we're kind of gonna be using that for the meal today. Ah, I see. It's now that you pointed out. I can see that there's a slot here that just looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here? That's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you're a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Capitalism! It's bad! Bad! Yeah, sorry, if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to change your money at the bank. Like, there's just no meter in our office. Welcome to hell! Where you have to pay for everything just to survive! This is a gas wall light, isn't it? Must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. Now that I think about it, Sir and Mrs. Garrett had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Uh-huh. Some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where's the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruto, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Wild. Wild and Susato. So is there anything else around here that I missed? Anything at all? Anything? Yes, no, maybe. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything more. So I guess let's go to the Gyarados again. Here we are again. Eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. Here because of Mr. Gyarados was the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps say. Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrett as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those are exactly Inspector Gregson's word, weren't they? Has anything changed around here? No, not really. It's only been a day in terms of actual time. It's been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Well, that helpless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. At 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. That's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? Man could have just overslept by half an hour. It's very true, Mr. Naruto. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry, all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze all of a sudden? You know something. You know something, buddy. Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. The victim's name is Mr. Shakespeare, I believe. Is that right? Ah, yes. William Shakespeare. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it. The only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting living in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. So why not choose which category Sosagi-san would fall into? Mr. Naruto, that's a little rude. Yeah, stop thinking out loud, idiot. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Romeo and Hamlet, oh boy. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder! Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruto, really, how rude. Again, you're thinking out loud. You and your great-great-great-grandson or whatever have this big issue of thinking out loud. After Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? I mean, fair, they very much are readable people. They're like the easiest to read because they're not... Well, it's also that, but I think I remember, like, a point in, like, the mainline games where one of the characters outright points out that, Phoenix talks... Well, Phoenix tends to speak out his thoughts. But I think that's more of a feature of the mainline series. Very expressive lads. Well, no. Must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember. It was completely dark already. Yeah, probably in a mumble. That failed actor chap was out of the time. Was scared him, noticed that there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamsphere got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you, that was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Miss Susto? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you were up in here in your room all that evening, if I understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs. Not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. Yeah, that's a little weird. Ah! That expression. That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. This old man like to spy on his tenants, is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking. It's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Then why are you sweating? Why are you having a sweat, sir? And how do you know, Mr. Garrett? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. Fair. The gas? Yes, it means that he's aware of their activities, like they need heat and whatnot. It makes sense. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, and the gas is applied to the building by pipes. So I more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. The gas company supplies gas to the properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. Let me explain why the other lamps dip momentarily, mightn't it? It's of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. So it's supposed to happen, though? Sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. Barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here, and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Oh, of course, because when people come back in home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it used slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrett. Almost absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to it really. I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrett is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Maybe we can present? Scared up? Could I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, I can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. I haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, then. Wilding. I mean, what about the soap? Do you know about this? Okay, you don't know about this. Might have to look around then. Yeah, I might have to go to other places first. That way I can figure out if there's anything I'm missing. Well, there's a soap right there. So on the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garrett live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows the property had. In order to pay less tax, poor members of society filled in many of their windows. Tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be open again, surely. Fortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yeah, understandable. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. Suppose the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. All seems rather pointless when you put it like that. I guess let's go to the prison then. Maybe we can talk to Natsume. Maybe get more out of him. No, we can't. Odd. Mouse. I have to be missing something. Wait, what's that? That looks like a loose board there. Can I not do anything with that? That's a little weird. Odd. Unless I missed something in here? Hmm. Because I have this torn part of an envelope. Hmm. It's pretty much everything here is pretty much the same as in the last game. Copy of Rad's magazine. Just for like shown this being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful? Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Certainly dangerous. That's genuine public opinion for you, Miss Sudo. Perhaps it should be reflected upon in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Nodho. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard. Personally. I'm sorry to see where Mr. Shum's untainted reputation comes from now. Untainted. Oh boy. You know what that screen is hiding now? Aftermath of the firing altercation the other day. I suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now. Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you. I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half, a rotten show all around. He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. Let me think. Oh, there's something here. No, there's nothing actually. Huh. Oh. The iris. Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. The blend third from the right would be good for you, Runo. Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. She's writing out her stories. Oh, this is where you note down ideas, isn't Iris? So what's on the blackboard today? Buck up, Runo. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of the next month's installment. Another idea I had was the Barrow Coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Runo? Anything but buck up, Runo, obviously. I suppose you're right. I'll tell you what. I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait until next month to see. So many sleepless nights. Wilden. Yeah, I think I'm missing something. Question is what? Always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. I heard that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain At the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid they may be a result of the rider's incompetence. The front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly affected. And there's a good chance Mr. Natsumi's been practicing on the spice bull, I think. Oh dear, I feel you may be right. I'd assume I have to, it's like within the, few rooms I have access to. Question is what? Nothing here. Am I missing stuff in Megaredith? Because I've spoken with all those topics. Nope, that's not it. Must be something I haven't picked up yet or something. I guess the only choice I have is just examine. Very dashing in uniform there, Mr. Garrett. Ah, that old portrait, drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. Looks so wonderfully young and courageous and strong. Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return. Oh, I see. So, you did, presumably. I bally well did not. Oh. Portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh? And it's still there proudly on the wall. Oh, you're a stern little landlord, aren't ya? Good to see Mr. Garrett's Medal of Honor is still proudly displayed on the wall. Description reads, for distinguished participation, if you remember. Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even if I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that. Wouldn't know what to look at me now, perhaps. But I had my devil-may-care days, you know. Devil-may-care? What did you get up to? Well, all in the past now, of course. It best left there. It's not. I want to know now. Ah, yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Did you say something about firing them in the barracks, Mr. Garrett? Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me. Not surprised. Little mess-up doesn't really do it justice, does it? Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private. I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does the great lawyer like the great detective want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? It's a military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garrett? Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not an active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the whole thing if you wanted it. Well, it might suit Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostensious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Miss Susato. Very tactful indeed. There's a single apron drying on the enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. No, Mr. Naruto, that's a real cannon. You know this was a cannon, Naruto. Come on. You knew this. I knew that. I was just testing you. Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there war going on that I don't know about? Anything? Just a impressive collection of cakes on the fancy silver cake stand there. Feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't noticed at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know. Yeah. Oh. Time has stood still? Now that's an interesting phrase. Might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruto. Shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast. Reminds me of the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Ah, the experience of a seasoned veteran. And we had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for. The whole Bali company. We were taking a real pounding from the cannons. So all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually. When the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. Ugh, that's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. There's a good view over the wintry East End from up here. It's an impressively gray scene. That's really nothing comparable to Japan. Down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. And the pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes, Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel arriving on Japan and seeing people with a Chon Mage top knot. Well, that's a good point. Fair, I guess. I mean, can I show you my badge? You scared it? No, I can't show you my badge. I can't show you my badge. What do I do? I need to think. What would I do? Maybe I did miss something in here? I don't know. Oh, I did. I did. Don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruto. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shakespeare's. And the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. Suki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. First we had to take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Huh? Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to an investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go and... He's alive! What's wrong, Mr. Naruto? He's alive! Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? He's not dead! It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day! What? What? Walking Dead! I don't think he's dead. I think he's just extremely exhausted. The fella isn't dead after all? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. I don't think he's dead. I think he's just really freaking weird. Because he literally stood up, did a freaking Macbeth line, and then he collapsed. What a freaking wild man. What the hell happened? Someone was... The victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. Mana and deep in poison. It transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. I mean, he's obviously not dead. Wait, why is that guy there? Why is he looking on into the freaking crime scene? Whatever you think will happen now? Good question. A strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for the murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But it was an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder. I would better imagine, since he was in a poor state, it was probably suicide, but it could also be literally a murder by someone else. I don't know. Because it's clearly not frickin' Natsume. It's not him. Till the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. Suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? Yeah, why is he looking in there? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Sosagi-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Nododo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Oh. Sir. He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before, but where was it? Well, yeah, Peeping Tom. Probably. That guy was from the last game. Because for a brief moment, we did see Shakespeare and that guy talking. So these guys are now officially involved in a case now. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Might as well. That was just dude being weird. Here we are again. Hey, Sasuke. Look, Mr. Nadahodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Locum student, Mr. Nadahodo, Esquire. Yes? What is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself the Great Detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Ah, cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Nododo. You were heavily involved in abduction, too. I was, yes. Yes, moving on. We have wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, an absolutely worst case, he could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? Ryu, you don't say that kind of shit when he's freaking out. You don't say that. It's terrible. Oh. Stuck in the cell, suffering from some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess. You're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. Sorry to hear that. That's selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you're coming back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William. It seems like that Mr. Shamsi was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Whoops. Mr. Santasumi, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamsphere, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. What do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Ugh. Why am I cursed like this? Can't get a frickin' break. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. But Mr. Naruto, Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that cursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I traced my way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shakespeare. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I've never been to this room before. It was the first time. What made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. Ties in with what Mr. Gerdev said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. Met again later that evening, at around 9, or just after. And I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. Was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk on the scene then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea? Oh my god. Ryu! Ryu! No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won, that was me. And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it categorically. This man is literally just a bit of a nervous wreck, and he's very excited. He's not gonna hurt a frickin' fly, man. Come on. All right, give me one moment. I need to go check up on something. All right. It's school. So Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. You have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Britain for a year now. In that time, I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Yeah, I assume so, because if I remember correctly, the actual historical figure himself was, like, heavily pushed down by many of the the English over there when he was there. So, this fits. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. And moved more times than I can remember. And then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. Why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. So little money. It spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, I was just feeling of a beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that just might have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. Oh, I know. I know what he's talking about. That guy we just saw? It was without a doubt him. All because I'm assuming that some bricks are loose. So he has an easy way to look in. 'Cause he can. But I don't know why. It's been one long nightmare since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who died in that room lean over on me in my sleep and try to strangle me. It really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamsir was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. Simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid a combination with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Phew, Sister's son knows how to make the man listen. She sure does. Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. Me, Mr. Garrison? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas pumps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He'll seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. Well, yeah, that would be true. He's worried about them. Must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas pump lamps? Oh dear. No, it's nothing to do with me, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shakespeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around, he'll be able to tell us what happened. We'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. I do hope you're right. Excuse me. God damn it, Gregson! Inspector Gregson! I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. And why do you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it all happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no. That's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. Great. You don't mean... Sorry to say I do. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! By sweet poison did he seek it to end my life. That Wickus is cative. Sosuke Natsume. No! So afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. Great! Great! Make the frickin' man even more scared to stay here, why don't you? We want him to make the necessary preparations. No! So once again, Sosuke-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Alright, I guess that means we're going right into the frickin' trial. Alright, let's see. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another moronic, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I'm begging to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. No, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mugotoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, didn't you? Why wouldn't he have heard that? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Suzuto. Now what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barak von Zeeks. Von Zeeks? God! Oh no. Oh no. Him again. So-called Reaper of the Bailey. The most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. Managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal as the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reapers that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Oh no. But even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. Experienced it firsthand. Well, that's the thing though. At least in this point in time, they don't know why he died. But we do. He died because someone caused the fire. And that was the killer from the final case of last game, so... A man when he successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Do I have to put up these ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. Well, it's potentially at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone know. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of this way in the battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. Afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. That could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. So not all. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, Locum Student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Well said. Sword at my side on the spirit of Kazuma in it that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh, yes. Oh, yes! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Ebony's friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an amnesty towards us Japanese for some reason. Some time ago now that he became first known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. This past few years he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason. Only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sosagi-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You've been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are ready to fulfill your duty. Oh, there's the banker. Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the rose look is very fetching, actually. Well, this one's new. Yes, old lady. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. He's back. The worker man. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. Well, there's the surgeon. British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. This judge can only pass sentence when all juries are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random. Or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would like to draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Well, not all of them. One of them's new. Very well, let's commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to the 6th century Japanese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Oh boy. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Sosuke Natsume, from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath, never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remembered it as if you were yesterday. The day in foreign facts, my lord. But close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrett household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poison by strike 9. He was found the following morning when the landlord suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. This means I presume that the door to the victim's door was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to it or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. He was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, chilling experience scene indeed. Man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well. I shall accept this photograph print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes. As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. That night before he died in mysterious circumstances, a woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned, and me. What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shakespeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. Before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold. My runny nose would freeze. Point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a really clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in the cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. Sosuke-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsue, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! Public pump was frozen, you say? It's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a form of testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of the events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord. Here we go. The first. It's around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor. I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Hang on. The from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. Suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down, too. Sorry, Mr. Nadado? Yes, well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Speed of the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from... Wait, Mr. Shamser was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Wilden. Wait a minute, what? The thing's gone. Oh. What is it, Mr. Nadodo? Spar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here, a reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? Could it have been that dude that we saw? Did he pickpocket us or something? Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. Judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You never read too much of it, Mr. Naruto. Never. Wild. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to press the frickin' button again. Strike 9 takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have perfectly been able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Latsube claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. Teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they? What didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance? How do you even overlook something so important? Isn't the first thing you should have done? My learned Nibbity's friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said that Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. What are you talking about? Couldn't you technically, like, check the stain? Because that's still the tea, you know? You could have easily freaking looked for poison there. In scientific studies, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funny enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. Wrong! The stain! Hello! I see. Thank you. The matter's clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my loaded friend. What? You can see it in the faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right, I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Oh. Sorry about that. I hiccuped. I was not expecting that. Ugh. Yeah. I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Now, as for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Around 9 o'clock that everything when I visited my neighbor, I took some tea with me as a gift. Heated, literally debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My teammate was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Let me think. I don't think I need to press any of Sosuke's statements.
Hold it!
Let's press this. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. See me a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poison again. It's always so awful. But he's not even dead. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to lock the door behind the accused after he left. Wait. 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 He left at 11 though. So when did he actually drink the tea is the question. When? That is weird. That's 2 hours time. Early degrades Sosuke-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Small strike 9. Highly liquid substance having been mixed with a tea it was drinking, but no sample could be taken for testing. Poisoning incident occurred at 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Wait. Poisoning incident occurred at 1:30 a.m. on 21st of February. That immediately contradicts one of Natsume's things. One of his statements. Which tells me he wasn't even there. There is no way he could have been poisoned by Natsume.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return your room, correct? Yes! Dab on him. Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological consistency between it and the defendant's testimony. Colonel, what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They both did the same freaking animation. Defendant's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, you're gonna... You know exactly what's happening, don't you? The prosecutor that gives me pushback. Pray, forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? How many freaking glasses do you need to break? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. Phantom? It is so hard to imagine the victim drank his tea after the accused left. For example, at the time stated in the medicinal report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
So Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. What? That sounds so freaking wrong. The point is that there was such a long gap. Or maybe other ways to explain how the victim can be both poison, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Are we gonna bring up the soap? Oh, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
Mr. Shakespeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of a carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Ooh. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. Oh, he's here. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. God damn it. Who, sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. I will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. Oh, that dude. That dude. That dude. Hmm. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. Who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. Hmm. State your names and occupation for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare. Oh, the name's Meter Man. Adron B. Meter Man. I work for the Outermost Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, he's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Nanoto? Excuse me, could we have a word? Bye. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Gyardeb's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim of this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you commend me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips? A subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the juror's mind, I'm sure. Behold, you only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Sham! You're a sham! The jurors seem to be moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking his serif anagram idea seriously? Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What? Me? Well, now. How many enlighten, my learned friend? You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. When it suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. The young chin stroker here is to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meter Man? Eh? Hang on. No, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. God damn it, this man. This man? But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room. That short little round-backed Eastern fella. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamsier's room all night? That's right. Of course the bloke's window is all blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spend the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. Question is, sir, why? Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What'd you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Well, nothing came out of my eye with contradictions, so I think I just need to press.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit your room? Our meeting was prompt for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to a tender gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means the discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry Oh, sorry about that. Experiment. Sorry. Excuse me. I dare not imagine the scene. Oh, hang on. We got another freaking problem here again. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream twa'd be a skill practiced by the calmly maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that her accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Sir Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. He's doing a little dance. There he goes. Dancing Shakespeare. Defendant had really put the poison in your tea. A 3-hour window of time. Something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. This is an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after he took a leave of me... Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at the 1 hour post midnight, verily my lips were parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou would recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. You do not come here with the intention of naming your attacker. But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words that attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Ugh. We all know what that means.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Ha! Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is it that we were doth not in my chamber be there and then the costumes of mine art. Oh, sir. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, isn't it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. Oh. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. I was outside. Yeah. Most of that house have all been built in. Historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. As it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork that at the bottom corner that's been opened up. So looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around and poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. Them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meter Man, After the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed this receptacle. Ah yes, lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. Can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course. It's only a narrow gap and with quite so dark that I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shakespeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. But why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match, I tell ya. I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the room on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. Huh? Oh. My lord. Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. Are we to understand that you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you had evident those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. Since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. Hmm? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well. Will the court be apprised of your decisions? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury will state the leanings as the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Yay! Pain!
Guilty.
Guilty!
All of you? Will it appear that the jury is indeed unanimous? So, This time, at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Oh. Get up, Mr. Naruto, please. Trial isn't over yet. Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Sudo? The summation examination? Hello? What about the information I found? The information in the Encyclopedia of British Law I have? The obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. Here in a British court of law, we can reverse the decision of the majority of the jurors. We can force the trial to continue. The trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. Defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know at once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Clearly, they're freaking dumb. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be held. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with summation examination, as is outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we all know about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. The victim may not be well off, but he's a normal man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and he has a mustache very fishy. Oh, boy! There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I mean, his last name? Shakespeare? I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It seems that all the jurors have come to a conclusion that Mr. Shakespeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. You ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsumi has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. Pleaded with the jury on Suzuki's son's behalf before, and it worked, so you never know. Where we begin? Might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruto. Oh. You're still very new to British law, after all. It's true, I suppose. Suzuki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. Because I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Suzuki-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again, or not bother? No need. No need. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Suzuki. but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Yes? Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. That is not a good reason.
Hold it!
No. Not one of those things as a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of it is backed up by what the big shin man next to himself says, isn't it? Once he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh. That's another 3 steps. All this really does is seem more like a waltz, doesn't it? What are you even getting at? Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more.
Hold it!
You don't have a reason here. You were talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish loss. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was a Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? A Derby? It's a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then, that hopeless old mayor went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid finish loss. Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let's just lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not going to happen.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. 5? You're really early riser then, aren't you? What's that now? I said you're an early riser. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only gets 3 hours of sleep each night. What's that, dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night. That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it? This really isn't helping. Yeah. Yeah. I know how it works. Someone really have to turn this trial around.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsumi is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman. With a gentleman's values. Turns out the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all. I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. I don't see it happening. Eh? What's that? Elderly gentlemanly end here, you know? You'll have to speak up. Look, I don't really care about all this. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said.
Hold it!
Broadsman, what do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but a proper handling is essential. And I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. And Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruto. Right, he bound in reference to his employer's wife, did he? So, would I be right in assuming the reason Mr. Meterman was watching that Mr. Shakespeare was up to his room? I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So we really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shakespeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You haven't noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard, the eye of man hath not seen. Face wilt thou wound me with thy words where I let them penetrate the skin. But Sarah's here not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop at arousing you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. So Mr. Shamsphere has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it a bit about the riffing that thief apart if you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. Hmm. Let's pit these. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. Eh? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have any evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as this operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East Branch office employee over there. I'll do what you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show you that Mr. Shamsphere is a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So this means you'll recap a few points that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamsphere, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. It's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruto. Victory! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leanings has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamsphere. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Ay, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Yeah, he's a frickin' nerd! Shut up, nerd! Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot, I am a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Oh, bully you. Ah, you foully mouthed, pompous beanpole, just cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shakespeare, and if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. He's right. It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Yes, it's almost time. I think we're almost done with this part as it is. Juror number 4. Yes? Did you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do, don't we? Worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. Woo! Very well then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been dealing gas. Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him, in a supervisory role if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting you, mark my words. So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the legal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Zoe? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. A little too dedicated. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont Gas accepts meters except through punny bits. Each coin gives customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, The meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has only the key. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gases he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Pray, forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony has caused me to turn my hollow chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachio's Nibonese poison a gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. Attempted poisoning, and the incidents of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Clearly a liar. Obviously.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? A sham, if you will. Yes. That is in his name. Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, I take it. Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over with it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shakespeare Special. Sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. And yet after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened the money box and found it bare. You what, I said? You what? And the look on his face. That smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jimmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happened to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they called you Meter Man. I think it might be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. Yeah. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it's as much value as the contents of that meter. I don't know. Oof. We could definitely have something on that. Let's look at this. Oh, 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 oh. What's this? I wonder how he got his coins back. Oh, what's... Spot something, Mr. Naruto. Just here. It's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So you think it might have been opened by Mr. Shakespeare? Possibly. It seems the people at Alamo Gas must have missed it. Well, since the guy's poor, I'd assume he would keep getting the coin out of that hole, and he's still able to pay, you know? Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through here. It's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Let's see. Well, no. It has been tampered with.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of being tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over that and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. Look below. In that case. What do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There's no little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we could assume that Mr. Shakespeare secretly opened this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a far thing through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you get the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, I'd specifically like to know is... how it differentiates coins. That would probably be a good idea. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin is a through penny bit? I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. Through penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her ephemeral testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. That thing is gone. So does that mean he's been using a fake coin?
Objection!
That one? No. Whoops. I messed it up. Oh well. I'll find it. I'll find it. Let's see. Oh, look at this bar of soap. It's really a depression on this side, about 2 meters across. 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think... We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes. There were 2 bars. A little edge just outside the window, so we took this one. Ha-ha! Reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember correctly. Oh, I see what he's doing here. And if he has that mold, well, he could keep making them. And then he could easily get away with it. So sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Ho 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 ho.
Objection!
Ho 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 ho. Let me just confirm something here. If time, manner, and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shakespeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. Certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean here. Look at it! What's pointing out the soap? Is this part here?
Got it!
You have to turn off the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. And in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds rather like highway robbery, doesn't it? I mean, a bit. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. Yep, he did it, he did it. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soda has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes. Depression of the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to put it into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time. brings all of the pieces together. It's the method Mr. Shakespeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Unless they were made of water. Frozen, even. You would lose the evidence immediately. Yes. Quite true, Lady Alamont, in the absence of some black magic that would make them disappear. And that's why the hole is below. To make it leak. I see, so that's where we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear in thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your searching, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? Right here, the hole.
Got it!
You found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shakespeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Got him! Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. Oh! Evidence! Right there! There's a pool of water right there. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruto, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that associates the theory about Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas is the photograph. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly. It's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Ah. If one coin around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he could have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. There's further evidence, too. Mr. Shakespeare is slumped over on his table, apparently having consumed strike 9. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shakespeare was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soda sounding... Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. Lord Vinzis. I was throwing my hand up in despair and having to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish was your most recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well. Let's assume that the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide that can't be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. Shit. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. Adjudication. Well, counsel, How does the defense respond? Mr. Naruhodo, what's the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zieks is saying? Objection. Fuck you. No, this isn't over. Defense will not rest. What? Counsel, you successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zieks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what you would have accorded to believe, not all of them would have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. Got him! But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to consider, namely... Was the poison really in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the Strike 9 poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for the trace of poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's teeth was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Obviously, it's the soap.
Take that!
Good gracious. The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It just came back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. Yes, it looked mighty like tea. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lying on the outside of the window? I'm quite certain that we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap. There's actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins were found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red? No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I want to remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume early in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! Ah, yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water and mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So the night in question, Mr. Shakespeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. Which means, and even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shakespeare's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what until now has been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strike 9 at all. You smug Nipponese! My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And if that's request a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord. Understood. It would seem we have no choice to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Soon. Very soon. Thank you, counsel. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Yep. Bet time. Save it here, and we'll leave it off for today. Back to here. Here we go. All right. So we're gonna save probably the rest of this case for next time. I don't know how long it's gonna be, because we obviously have an investigation ahead of us and probably another trial bit or two. And then we'll probably finish everything up from there. But we'll end up seeing what happens, I suppose. So, want to thank y'all for coming by out today. Wednesdays, as usual, will be hangouts, so we'll kind of be doing whatever, really. I might do something else for that Wednesday, like I might bring up something else, maybe a new game or something, but we'll see, but yeah, otherwise, thank y'all for coming by out today. We'll see y'all later for Wednesday for the hangouts or whatever. And I hope y'all have a good rest of your day and a good Tuesday as well. I'll see y'all later. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'll see y'all later, okay? Take care. Have a good one.